What's up, everybody? If there's one thing I gotta say is thank you, and thank you to Nick Shirley for exposing Governor Walz for being exactly what we thought he was, a complete and utter fraud. Now, for the mainstream media, shame on you guys. Shame on you guys for defending the fraud. And also, if you look at those videos debunking, did you notice that, like, those places are registered to have, like, 70 or 80 kids? And the only kids that are in there are the kids that are being raised by the parents of the people running the daycare. So the whole thing is a scheme. It looks like more of a scam every day the more we look at it. And people are pissed. People are pissed. I think Minnesota's going to turn red. I really do. Minnesota almost turned red to begin with. They didn't even want to vote for Governor Walz. Nobody likes Walz. I mean, the people who do like Walz are either people who vote the party line, the Democrats who vote the party line, or really just people who have too much faith in government. I have no faith in government. I think government's a force, and that's about the extent of it. Government is simply a force. It's not a force of good. I'm not saying it's evil either, but I'm saying it's a force, and you don't want a force to become too big because a force tries to control you and to control your lives. This is something our founding fathers warned us about. Warned us that big government is shit government, and that's the truth. Big government's too deadly. Big government is a deadly thing. So to those of you who are on the side of big government in any way, shape, or form, good for you, but just know that you're on the wrong side of history. You're on the wrong side. And look, kudos to Nick Shirley, man. This kid's incredible. The irony is this kid is more of a real journalist than the so-called journalists, right? Yeah, so Nick Shirley's the man. That's all I gotta say. Nick Shirley is the GOAT, and straight up, I'm excited. Like, I think what he did is honorable, and it's exposing what we all kind of suspected. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people are just kind of done. I mean, at what point do people just? I understand that, like, people are done with the Republican Party, and rightfully so. I'm kind of on the fringe there. But no, I've been done with the Democrats will never get a vote from me, is what I'm saying. Democrats don't deserve a vote from me. I don't think they deserve a vote from anybody because they're too into socialism. They're into so many dumb ideas. You know what I mean? Like, Democrats just tend to go for the stupidest shit, and they roll with it. That's my problem with the Democrat Party. It's become the party of the woke, the crazy, the woke and the crazy. I mean, that's all there is to it. So, yeah. Oh, shit, ZR Builds, are you serious? Well, it makes sense. If you're doing an entire channel based on uwu, you're probably an abusive nutbag. I should do an uwu channel, just general. That's crazy, though. I mean, it sucks that she was getting beat up, but it kind of makes sense, I'm sick of modern society to the point where I make fun of it. That's all I could do is make fun of modern society. Society has become so laughable, it has become an entire Onion headline. And I'm kind of copying Bill Maher's sentiment on it. The left has become an entire an Onion headline. And the moment that happens, you see guys like David Pacman, he's awful. David Pacman's so shitty. The only people who watch David Pacman are my dad and a bunch of Russian bots, probably. I don't really know. But Well, I mean, I'm a nutbag, but I wouldn't say I'm abusive, but I get I get a little angry sometimes. But the fact that he was beating the girl up, dude, that's so messed up, dude. Ugh. But what do you guys think of Walz on my balls? Tim Walz. Do you guys think he's going to resign, or do you guys think he's going to get shit canned? Because I think Tim Walz, no joke, is going to... he's either going to resign or he's going to get forced out. Because he's going to try for the re-election bid, and I think he's going to make up some bullshit, right? He's going to be like, yeah, I had no idea about the fraud that was happening in Minnesota. It's like, no, you did, dude. Come on. So, I don't know. E.T., nobody needs to white knight. But no, I'm so sick of society, dude. I am just so sick of modern... I like the technology of modern society. I hate people's behaviors because of the technology in modern societies. I think social media has made us all effing retarded. I really do. I think that social media has killed our attention spans. I don't even go on social media anymore. I try to avoid it. I think Facebook is stupid. Oh man, I was driving home last night. I was driving a little slowly because it was dark and it was a little wet on the road. So I was driving maybe 5 miles per hour below the speed limit, and this dude, and it was right before I'm going to the bridge or whatever, the North Bend Bridge. This dude shines his high beams in the back of my window, and then he does it for good 3 seconds, right? And then he passes me. And fine, I don't mind if you pass me. What pissed me off was the high beams. The freaking high beams. Intentionally. So, what I did in response was I caught up to him. I flashed my high beams into his back end. He didn't like that. He didn't like getting a taste of his own medicine. So, I was pretty happy about that. So what happened was he then pulled to the side, and as I was going over the bridge, he then put his high beams into me. Now, get this. He started it first. He started putting his high beams into mine, past me, and then I was like, dude, screw this guy. Screw this guy. So I was like, high beams straight to him, and then he then followed me. Put his high, but I had my little night visor on, so I didn't see the high beams because I could see them, but it was annoying, right? It's annoying to see somebody flashing your high beams, and because he started it, obviously, I wanted to finish it, and and then he got pissed. So it's funny, he's following me through the bridge. He has his high beams on me, mind you. This a-hole started it, and then I then got pissed. So I just kept going. And then he rolls down his window yelling at me. And I basically call him something that starts with a W. It's how white guys act when they're trying to act a certain way, yo. I think you guys know what I'm getting at. So I called him the W word. And he called me a pussy, and I told him, I was like, dude, you are trying to be I basically was fucking Vin Diesel wannabe is what I told him. Oh no, I yelled it out my window too. No, it made me fucking happy. Well, obviously, I had to do what I had to do. I have no shame in that. Hey, if you're going to start something, you better well let me finish it. Yeah, that's the way I look at it. No, he started it, so and I know the whole rule. It's I don't care who started it. Yeah, no, it does matter. No, it matters because this guy, and I love how pissed off he got at me. And I yelled back at him. I told him he was a fucking loser. So... But he started it. He instigated it first, right? So you don't put your high beams into my back end for like 3 seconds, right? And then just expect me to sit there? No. I'm not going to sit there. When you put your high beams into my back end, the way that you're doing that, hell no, dude. So what I did, I caught up to him. I kept a pretty good distance, but I shined my high beams the way he did. I basically just copied what he did. And he got pissed. He didn't like a taste of his own medicine, so yeah, well deserved. I didn't do anything. I didn't put anybody's lives in danger. I was actually a very safe driver while doing it. But no, he deserved it. And I'm proud of what I did. But yeah, he's like this blonde looking, like, what do you call it? Kind of like, you know those guys that try to overcome. He had like a high-pitched voice. And he was calling me a pussy, but he had the highest pitched voice I ever fucking heard. I was like, dude, stop it. Dude, this kid looked skinny too. Like, the funny thing is, he said, "Oh, next time I see you, I'm gonna fucking kill you." He's like, dude, in a hand-to-hand combat, dude, I would annihilate this guy. So, no. But no, it pissed me off because he was acting like such a chode. And yeah, I was acting like a chode back. I will out-chode the chode. If you're gonna chode on me, if you're gonna be a chode to me, I will be a chode back to you. That is the rule. Now, there are limits to how far I'll go, obviously. But I figure he got a taste of his own medicine. But then, of course, he got pissed when he got a taste of his own medicine, so he intentionally got behind me. And then, boop, then he got his high beams into me. And that's kind of how it went. I didn't really engage with the dude too much. It was pretty easy for me to navigate because I don't mind going slow. He has more pride than I do. I don't really give two shits. I was just annoyed. I hate guys like that. And they're like these Vin Diesel wannabe losers. And they're like the Fast and the Furious kind of dudes. And they act like they're fucking tough shit. But they're really... He looked like one of those like one of those white kids that like their parents give them a lot of money sort of thing. And yeah. And he just... Yeah, he didn't like getting a taste of his own medicine. I don't think he expected me to bite back the way I did. I bit back. I said, hey, if you're going to be a piece of shit to me, I'm going to be a piece of shit to you. Even worse. So, no, that kid, by the way, he was so skinny. Like, I would have actually felt bad fighting him, to be honest. So it would not have been a fun fight. I'm not a big fan of, like, just, you know, if somebody's fucking with me, I'm going to fuck right back, dude. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me, dude. So when people mess with me, man, I reflect the same bullshit that they... Like, I'm really good at reflecting back what people do. Like, I'm really good at that. I'm very proud of that ability, by the way. It's a very good ability. No, but one thing I don't like, I really like, it grinds my gears to no end. When there are guys like that who are just, I like to call them the W word, and I think you all know what the W word is. But no, I want to give a shout out to Nick Shirley, though. Big time shout out, dude. You're the man. But yeah, that's the one thing I will say, like, don't F with me while I'm driving. Right? I even have a student, by the way, I have one of those, like, student driver stickers on the back of my car because people fuck with me while I'm driving because I drive a chick car. All right? I drive a pink Corolla, all right? And because I drive a pink Corolla... ZR builds. I'm gonna WIG. That's all I'm gonna say. WIG. I'll let you guys fill in the blanks. There we go. There we go. FZ's got the right idea. That's exactly what I said. I was like, dude, that's what you are, dude. But I don't know like what the limits are for what I could say on here. But either way, I did everything legally. I was very smart about it. I didn't go too crazy. He was mad, though. He was furious. He was pissed because I gave him a taste of his own medicine. He didn't like that. Of course, like I said, I did it within reason. If he's going to shine his brights into my back end, and he passed me, but he shined them for 4 fucking seconds. That's unacceptable in my mind. If you're going to do that, because he like intentionally put the brights up right behind me. That's just that's petty. So I decided to get petty. You know, if you're gonna swing below the belt, I'm gonna, you know, if you go low, I'm gonna go lower. If you go low, I'm gonna go lower. I'm not a turn the other cheek kind of guy. I like Jesus. I think he's a great role model for most people. But I do think the whole turn the other cheek thing is so effing annoying. I've never been a fan of that. I think it has a double meaning. I think it means you could either turn your cheek and walk away or turn their cheek through certain actions. And yeah, I choose to make the other people turn their cheek. That guy was such a pussy, though. He's like, yeah, next time I see you, I'm going to kill you. Dude, he literally said, next time I see you, I'm going to kill you. He's like, you going to threaten me? You going to threaten me, dude? Fucking, dude, these, I call them the wigs, you know? They're white dudes who act a certain way. And, it was bad. It was a bad situation. Like it was easy for me to navigate because I'm actually a really good driver. What I do is if dudes like that, because he already had road rage, you could tell. So I was kind of like, oh, I out-navigated that Vin Diesel wannabe so easily. I didn't even have to speed up. I just variabled my speeds. I made sure that my speeds were unpredictable. So because he was trying to get to the side of me once we crossed the bridge, and he was trying to yell at me and be a total chode. So then when he was trying to yell at me, I slowed down. There's nobody behind me, which is good. But I slowed down to a crawl. He slowed down. I sped up. He was trying to talk to me, but I kept calling him a loser. And because he was being a loser, he was being an effing loser, and he was being a jerk the entire time. So, it felt good. I don't like guys like that. They make me so angry. But yeah, you don't shine your high beams in the back of me. All right. And then, you know, I shined my high beams in the back of him for like 4 seconds. That's pretty much all I did. I gave him a taste of his own medicine. You do something to me, I'll do something to you, you know? So I feel no shame in it. I feel pretty good about it. I think we're taught as a society to kind of just bend over and take it, and I think that's stupid. I really do. I think turn the other cheek is, because honestly, you turn the other cheek to a violent Vin Diesel wannabe like that, you're only letting the violent Vin Diesel wannabe win. So I wanted to egg him on, and it felt good because he deserved it, because he was egging me on. He was trying to get me riled up. So what I did was I was like, you know what? I'm going to remain calm. I'm going to let him get pissed off. I want to let him keep yelling at me, and I'm going to call him a loser. I'm like, you're a loser. You're a loser. The irony of a dude with... I hate it when dudes with high-pitched voices call me a pussy. Stop it. You clearly don't have any testosterone coursing through your veins, right? Stop calling me a pussy because you have a high-pitched voice. If anything, you're a pussy because you have a high-pitched voice calling me a pussy. Stop it. So that's the way I see it. I live by a pretty simple philosophy. Don't F with me, or if you F with me, I F with you. It is that simple. You F with me, I F with you. I will actually, and you know what's funny? When I'm on the road, I don't like to put people's lives in danger. I make sure I'm very responsible. But you want to high beam? You want to high beam my back end? I'm going to high beam your back end. Because when he passed me, I was like, okay, beep. I caught up to him. Boop, high beams. 4 seconds. Did exactly what that chode did to me. And he didn't like it. It's funny, guys like that, and you could tell he's probably some spoiled rich kid in the sense that his parents give him a lot of money, and he thinks he can fuck with people, and they won't fuck back, right? And that's the thing. I don't let pussies like that guy F with me. I just don't allow it. So if you're going to F with me, I will retaliate. Simple. Easy. Enough said. Anyway, but that's a little bit of drama that happened as I was getting on my way back home. I'm tired of these little bitches, these bitch-ass dudes doing that shit to me. Luckily, most people don't F with me because I have the student driver sticker on the back of my car. But yeah, no, and it's simple as that. I wanted to, I wanted on the record that if you start something, and I think, putting high beams in the back, it pissed me off. Like, if that dude wanted to hug it out, if he wanted to talk it out instead of being a little dickbag, yeah, I would have talked it out with him. Absolutely. Instead, he yelled at me and called me a pussy. And I was like, okay, the gloves are off at that point. If you're going to have a high-pitched voice and you're going to call me a pussy, there's no negotiating with you. Because clearly, you don't realize that you're a pussy. Because if you weren't, he was skinny. He's a skinny white kid who looks like he's trying to either be Vin Diesel or he's trying to be like, what's Paul Walker, And by the way, Paul Walker's pretty dope. In fact, if anything, Paul Walker arguably is much cooler, much more interesting than Vin Diesel. Obviously, rest in peace, Paul Walker, but still. Well, my pink Corolla. I have a pink Corolla, dude. There's nothing wrong with having a pink Corolla. Maybe he was pissed because he thought I was gay. It turns out I wasn't gay. And but no, it made me pretty upset though. Just, I'm going to try not to do that again. Obviously, like I said, I stayed within the speed limit. In fact, if anything, I was trying to be as safe as possible while that guy was raging. But, But yeah, no, I don't like the wig. I call them the wig community. Wiki, Wild West, Jim West, Desperado, a Rough Rider. No, you don't want nada. None of this. But yeah, no, the wig, I call them the wig community. And it's the white dudes who try to act all like, yo, what's up? What's happening? What you want? What you want? I love, man. I'll tell you what. But no, let's get back to the subject at hand. Enough of my drama. Like I said, I followed all the rules. But it pissed me off that he started it. Because I actually would have been perfectly fine. I didn't mind that he passed me. That was actually okay. It was the 4 seconds of freaking high beams. It was the Beastie Boys are the original wigs. But it was the 4 seconds of high beams. That's what really grinded my gears. Don't get right up on my tail. High beams for 3 to 4 seconds and then pass me. You knew what you were doing, you son of a bitch. And that's when I was like, I'm not going to let this wig get away with it. This Vin Diesel, Paul Walker wannabe, I'm not going to let him get away with it. So I got right behind him. I caught up with him. And I high beamed right 4 seconds. That felt good, dude. Anyway, Beastie Boys, yep. What you want? What you want? No, I love pretending like I'm a rapper. It's fun. So Maduro, that was a crazy sitch. They got him. They got Mr. Maduro. Good job to Trump, though, man. Trump's the man. You know, everybody who's like, oh, Trump's so evil, Trump's a dictator, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I really don't give a shit anymore. You know, if you guys want to be all pissy pantsed or whatever and be like, oh, Trump is so evil. Now, I will say, though, I'm so sick and tired of hearing about Tim Walz. You know, it's funny. I thought after the election was over that I'd never have to hear about Tim Walz again. I was like, oh, thank God. That cringy bastard. I thought I was cringy. But no. Tim friggin' Walz might be the cringiest man I've ever seen. And I really thought I was bad. Legit, I thought I was bad, dude. I thought I was the king of cringe. Tim friggin' Walz is the king of cringe. But yeah, shout out to my boy Tim mother effing Walz, dude. Now, is Tim Walz the GOAT? We could argue that. Is he the worst governor of all time? Who's worse? Governor Tina Kotek of Oregon, my state, or Tim Walz? And that's a tough question in my mind. I think both are terrible. Tina Kotek pretends to be independent, but she's really just another liberal. And yeah, she's my least favorite out of all of them. Ooh woo! Ooh woo! Do you guys want me to do an entire ooh woo stream where I'm like, ooh woo, ooh woo? Yeah, I bet you guys do, you sick bastards. Yeah, no, so, to that wig who did that, stop it. So, man, Oregon Coast news, dude, there was some massive flooding. There was massive freaking flooding, man, on the Oregon coast, dude. There was the king tides that happened, and my God, the water came up like crazy, man. But luckily, my place was good because I'm on a kind of higher elevation, so I'm fine ultimately. But it was crazy, man. The water was everywhere. I love how all the leftists, by the way, I want to just talk about this whole, because sometimes I like to look at Facebook for news, even though I think Facebook is wrought with annoying Karens, by the way. And, yeah, so what I've noticed is, hold on. What I've noticed, oh, what the hell is this shit? Yeah. So the one thing I've seen is that, tell us more about what you would have done to the guy with the high beams. I would have actually tried to talk it out with him. Like, legitimately. So if, like, I pulled over into a parking lot, I'd be on guard, of course. I would see if he was willing to talk. I would not get out of my car. If he got out of his car, I'd drive away because I don't know what he's carrying with him. But, yeah, no, I would have tried to talk to him. But he was too busy calling me a pussy. So, no, but overall, dude, I'm 6'2". I'm like 250 pounds. I'm big. I'm built like a refrigerator. And yeah, I'm a tall mofo, dude. So I honestly don't like to. Truth be told, I'm not the one who initiates the violence. Seriously. He egged me on. I could have tried to retaliate in violence, but I didn't. What if he wanted to wrestle? I don't know, dude. Crazy people like this dude, you don't try to wrestle them. But I'm a big boy, dude. Now, the best thing for me to do in that situation was just to really just mock him. You know, all you could do is mock people like that. And I'm proud of what I did. I stood up for myself. I didn't just lie down and take it. Now, here's the thing. If he's willing to do that to me, he's willing to do that to anybody else who's struggling with their nighttime driving. And I was like just going only 5 miles per hour below the speed limit at night, and it was pretty rough conditions, okay? So he didn't need to be a jerk. He didn't need to I mean, luckily I wasn't blinded by the high beams because obviously I've got tactics for getting around that. But it was still not a good gesture of good faith on his end. So I was like, okay. Yeah. So, you know, don't do things like that to me. So I'll just do it right back to you. And he did not like that at all. He did not like that. But it feels good to talk about it. It feels good to talk about it because I just don't let people like that mess with me. I mess with them back. I just do exactly what they did to me. Simple as that. So yeah, so let's talk about Venezuela real quick. The whole Venezuelan thing. Did you notice that everybody in Venezuela seems to be happy? That what was it? Nicolas Maduro, was that his name? Nick Maduro. I'm gonna look at Venezuela. I love how all the white libs in America are not happy about this. You know what I mean? But it seems that the actual citizens of Venezuela are stoked. So they're like, yeah, this dictator jackwagon was putting us in a bad situation for years, putting them into economic ruin, right? So I find it hilarious that, and the only reason, by the way, the liberals are not happy about this is because it's Trump who did it. If this was Biden or some sort of left-wing president, we would not be hearing this level of disdain. But, you know, the irony is they say they don't want a dictator in America, but the moment that Trump actually takes out another dictator and arrests another dictator, they get pissed. You know, here's the thing. I think that the left has severe daddy issues. Daddy issues that I don't even know if it could be fixed. But yeah, there's levels of daddy issues I think that are existing in the left, and it's crazy. But yeah, with the Minnesota fraud situation, I think what Trump did is incredible. Like, I really do. I think getting rid of the Venezuelan dictator, Nicolas Maduro, or whatever the hell his name is great. And it's so funny that leftist liberals are trying to say, save Venezuela. Well, Trump just did that. Trump just got them out of a dictatorship by arresting their dictator. And Venezuelan citizens, the people who actually live there and have to deal with his nutbag, are actually happy he got dethroned. So what does that tell you? It tells you that Trump derangement syndrome is real on the left when our supposed dictator on our end takes out an actual dictator. I'm not saying Trump is perfect, and I'm not a Trump loyalist. If anybody would have took out a dictator, doesn't matter whether it's Biden, doesn't matter whether it's Trump, great. Dictators suck ass. God. So good for us getting Nicolas Maduro out of there, or Nick Maduro, whatever his name is. I think it's Nick Maduro. I'm stoked. I really am. I think what Trump did was actually the right call. Is everything that Trump does pure gold? No. I think his handling of the Epstein files has been atrocious. But yeah, no, I'm just, at this point, we got a dictator out of Venezuela, and all these leftists, these crazy lunatic leftists, are angry. I agree. I wish that a lot of the dictators out there in different countries would be taken out as well. I'm not a fan of Kim Jong-un, or whatever is it? Yeah, Kim Jong-un, I think. And I'm not a fan of that guy. I think we would be doing ourselves a favor. I think we would be doing the world a favor by dethroning that guy. Yeah, no, and like I said, I think that we should try to. I don't know how easy it is to dethrone Kim Jong-un, but yeah, I would love to see a world with less dictators, and I would like to see a world where more people adopt a system like ours, a hybrid between a democracy and a republic. By the way, we're not a democracy we're not even remotely a democracy on the federal level when it comes to the decision-making processes. We have a democratic process state by state to get certain representatives and certain senators in the Congress. Yeah, that's about it. Otherwise, it's up to the state representatives and the senators to make decisions on behalf of their constituents, which is the people of each of their states they represent, stuff like that. We're a constitutional representative republic at the end of the day. On the federal level. On the state level, we're pretty much a democracy. Each decision made on the state level is fairly closer to a democracy than anything. But on the federal level, we are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic, representative republic. Because here's the thing, if we were a pure democracy on the federal level, each law would be chosen by the entire populace of the United States. We would all vote on it. We don't do that, though, because it's messy, takes a while, and quite honestly, I don't want California dictating federal law. I don't. I think that's reckless. Because you at the end of the day, you really don't want California dictating the federal policies. You don't. Look at how, and that's what our founding fathers realized, is when a group of people get together thinking that they know better than everybody else, but they really don't, and they don't recognize their own incompetence, then you have situations like California and Oregon and even Minnesota where incompetence is run amok and people are too afraid to speak up because they're afraid to lose their jobs. Yeah. Simple. Uh-oh. Who's in and out? I'm looking at the fantasy football lineups here. Well, it's looking like I'm going to win fantasy. You guys are going to win 350. 350. Oh, maybe. It's too early to celebrate, though. Anything can happen. It is fantasy football. I'm a little nervous. I'm very nervous, but that's okay. All I got to say is Dak is whack. How did you know I haven't bathed in days? I'm going to cut my hair tonight, though. I figure it's gotten a little too long. I'll even cut my hair and change my name. Cause we all just wanna be big cock stars and live in hilltop houses driving 15 cars. Just come easy and the girls come cheap. I'll stay skinny cause we just won't eat, and we'll hang out in the coolest bars with the VIP and the movie stars. Every good gold digger's gonna wind up there with the Playboy bunny and the bleached blonde hair and a hey, hey, I wanna be a cock star. I wanna be great like Elvis without the tassels. Hire a bodyguards that'll beat up assholes. Give my meals for free. I'm gonna trade this life for fortune and fame. I'll even cut my hair and change my name. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. How did our eyes get so red? And what the hell is on Joey's head? This is where I grew up. Yeah, I love Nickelback, bro. People want to teabag me? Oh, hell yeah, dude. You know what I think is ruining America? Guilt. Guilt from what our ancestors did. I think that's a bad idea. I think guilt is bad. That's all I got to say. I love how all these libs... These libs, man, I'm telling you, dude. I'm looking at all these, like, reports. U.S. hands off Venezuela. No blood for oil. U.S. out. No blood for oil. Dude, here's the thing. Venezuelans are extremely happy about Maduro getting taken out. Like, seriously, let that sink in. Trump derangement syndrome in the left-wing media and in left-wing ideology has gotten so bad. It's gotten so freaking bad, dude. It's just ruining everybody, man. Yeah, no, the thing is, the left... the reason that I don't believe mainstream media anymore, including Fox News, by the way, is that I feel like mainstream media wants to keep us fearful and consumer-esque, right? They want us to feel afraid that we're going to get too fat, so we better take our GPL-1s or whatever. They want us to be afraid of what's going on in the world because they want us to basically buy more. When you're fearful, you tend to be more of a consumer, right? So because I don't watch the news as much as everybody does, I take peeks. Don't get me wrong. I take peeks at the news out of curiosity. But I know at the end of the day, the news is meant to make us dumber and more fearful and more consumer-based. And this is why I don't watch the mainstream media. I don't read mainstream media articles. I just don't do it. The only magazine articles I read are from actual magazines that talk about interesting concepts, right? Popular science, popular mechanics, things like that. I'll read magazine articles, sure. As long as these articles are not talking about how the world is burning or what dictator is killing who and blah, blah, blah. Because we all know the world is burning, the world is turning, right? It just as Billy Joel said, we didn't start the fire. It's always burning since the world's been turning. Dude, the news is the same story, just a different event, right? And what do I mean by that? Same story, different event. Same dance, different tune, right? So the way I look at the news is it really is the same dance, a different tune, because the tune will always be different, obviously. The location, the names, the weapons, they're always going to be different, but it's really the same dance. You're always going to see terrible things happening on the news. This person died. This person did something. It's like, why bother letting that dribble enter into your mind and affect your subconscious? I don't understand that at all. It makes zero sense to me. Really makes zero sense to me. So yeah, I don't let the news affect my judgment. That's why I don't watch the news at all. I don't even like reading the news. I don't even like doing these, but I figure it's like I have actually kind of had a sick enjoyment from the downfall of Tim Walz because I honestly don't like Tim Walz at all. I think he's very fake. Even his own family didn't want to vote for him, so it's like, I think it was like his family in like whatever state. But yeah, Tim Walz, dude, is on America's S list right now. Americans are pissed, dude. Americans are pissed. Like, and people are questioning whether they should pay taxes or not. I'm not telling you you should or you shouldn't. I'm just saying that's what the sentiment is. Like, why should we? People are asking this question. They're wondering why they should. I'm not a financial advisor, by the way, not financial advice. But people are asking that question. Why? I mean, I'm still going to pay taxes because I don't feel like dealing with the IRS. You know, I just want to give them what I owe them. I don't want to. I don't like the IRS, to be honest. I think they're a bunch of thugs, and that's my take. It's an opinion, but that's just my take on it. You know. John says, hey, Gooner, what up, John? My brony brother. Are you guys bro-tastic? Are you guys bronies? I think everybody here's a brony in some capacity. But yeah, no, I just don't trust. At the end of the day, I do not trust the mainstream media. I trust Nick Shirley more than I trust the mainstream media. And he's just a one YouTuber who got curious and followed a paper trail. He even got a guy who brought the receipts, a guy who was a whistleblower. We need to protect these whistleblowers. And, like, let's say the whistleblowers are wrong, right? Let's say Nick Shirley somehow did get this wrong. I don't think he did, but let's say he did. He still had the courage to speak up because, honestly, those daycare centers looked pretty freaking sketchy, if I'm going to be honest. I've never seen a sketchier looking daycare centers or healthcare facilities in my life. I don't know if it's just common for Minnesota, but, dude, it's crazy. Dude, FZ, what the hell? You sick bastard. Ugh. Yeah, sick bastard. You guys are all disgusting, by the way. Dude, FZ, stop it, bro. So Hamdi Bunia says, I've seen sketchier. Oh, is it really that bad in New York City? Like, I do understand that there are certain things that, like, can get a little sketchy for sure. I'm going to take a look at my TikTok page. It's been a while since I logged into TikTok. I still think TikTok is spyware at the end of the day. Man, I got a lot of comments, dude. I didn't realize I haven't logged into TikTok in ages now. I do post to TikTok through, what do you call it? There's a certain way that they do it. Where do the board comments ultimately come from? Oh, we got a lot of people chiming in on TikTok about a Borg video I made. That's fucking hilarious, dude. That's amazing, dude. Actually, one of my videos kind of went viral, it looks like, on TikTok. That's crazy.
They took a...
No TikTok. I'm not a fan of TikTok, though. I'd rather be hanging out on YouTube. I really don't like TikTok at all. Something seems a little off about it. It feels more like a dystopian version of Vine. And I had seen videos on Vine, and Vine was kind of dumb. And I think that's how. Look, I think Vine was the start of our internet downfall, right? I felt Vine helped create TikTok in a lot of ways. Obviously, Vine was probably the inspiration behind TikTok. And that's where it gets a little unfortunate, because I hate TikTok. I think short form slop is terrible. And obviously this show is a little bit of short form slop itself. But yeah, no, I see a rot in society that's happening, and well, no, it's probably beyond Minnesota. I hear there's some things going on in Ohio and other states. But thank you, Nick Shirley, for telling this story, for showing what's really happening. So I'm a huge Nick Shirley fan. I've become a huge fan of this kid. I think he's great. He seems like a pretty upstanding dude. I don't know if he would necessarily be a fan of the Michael Garza Show, but hopefully he's a fan of the Michael Garza Show. Make sure you guys tap the like button, though, and tap the subscribe button, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one, so please tap that like. Please tap that subscribe. I need you, and I want you, crawling underneath my skin, like the hunger, like the burning, to find the place I've never been. Now I'm broken and I'm fading. I'm half the man I thought I would be. I've been dying inside. Little by little, nowhere to go but going out of my mind. In endless circles, running from myself a deal. You gave me a reason for standing still. 'Cause I want you and I feel you crawling underneath my skin, like the hunger, like the burning, to find the place I've never been. Now I'm broken and I'm fading. I'm half the man I thought I would be. You can have all that's left. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's left of me? I've been dying inside, you see. I'm going out of my. I'm just running in circles all the time. Will you take what's left? Will you take what's left? Will you take what's left? Oh, I'm just running in circles in my mind. Can you take what's left? Can you take what's left? Can you take what's left? Oh, I'm just running in circles in my mind. You guys like Nick Lachey as much as I do? I think Nick Lachey might be my uncle. Uncle Nick. That's what we call him in the Garza household, is Uncle Nick. Karaoke crap. What up, Captain K-Man? What up, my bronies? What's up, my bronies? But I appreciate you all for being the brony brothers that you are on this show. The Pink Brony Club, I'm gonna keep on fapping down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on fapping, and if you hit subscribe, it will help the channel grow, and so it will my dong. Please don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right hand corner, you guys. It does help the channel grow, my brony brother. So tap that subscribe right there in the upper right hand corner. Helps us grow, helps my dong grow. Helps. I want my dong to grow. I'm tired of it being small. So if you guys can hit subscribe, it helps my dong stay long, dude. So. Yeah, dude. Thank you for the sub, my brony. The unk we don't want. Thank you, my brony brother, for becoming a subscriber. Appreciate you guys. The subs really matter. It does help the channel grow. Some more subscribers, the better. It just makes me feel so juicy. So juicy. We're getting more, dude. We're getting to that 10,000 subscriber mark, dude. We're almost there. And I want to get to 10,000 because once you get to 10,000, man, you're not like a crazy, but you get having enough of an audience really does matter. So getting up to that 10,000 subscriber count is a big deal. So just subscribing now because we're an up and coming channel. We are a channel that is growing to no end, and I'm proud of it. So more subscribers we get, the better, man. But overall, I think what Tim Walz and all of Minnesota being exposed for all these fraud schemes at the government level and not auditing these daycares the way they should, it's disturbing. Yeah, the mainstream media, and I agree with Nick Shirley on this one, mainstream media is too busy defending the fraud and not trying to investigate it, like legitimately investigate it. And it shows you just how lazy the mainstream media has gotten when it comes to their investigative journalism. That all it took was one YouTuber and one guy who was living in his own community who was tired. Like a dude who was living in his own community who was tired of all the fraud. He was tired of his taxpayer money going to fraudulent activities. And this is why I always say government's a black hole. I pay my taxes, but I don't do it happily. And I don't think anybody should. I don't think there's any real reason to happily pay taxes. I think if you're excited about paying taxes, I think there's something wrong with you mentally. I really do. Let's roll, dude. But yeah. But please make sure you tap the subscribe button. It really does help the channel grow. So more subscribers, obviously, means we get bigger on YouTube. It makes my schlangus bigger. But yeah, tap that subscribe button, dude. I need more simps. I need more pimps. What is Stray Kids? I don't know what that is. You think everybody in the chat's compromised law enforcement? Probably. I don't know. That's hilarious, though. It's funny. Yeah, we're a comedy show at the end of the day. We poke fun at the news. We think that most world events are crap anyway. Sorry, got distracted by my smartphone. I was looking at a few things, also looking at my fantasy lineup, making sure that everything's good for the fantasy football. I'm probably going to win $350. This is crazy. The Champion, La Champion. No, I'm a Trump fan, dude. Aunt Willie, I'm a Trump fan, dude. I'm more of a Trump fan than I am of Walz. And by the way, Nick Shirley, big shout out again, dude. I'm a Nick Shirley fan at this point. I think what Nick Shirley did to expose the Quality Learing Center, all of these stinking daycares that are just terrible, good for you, man. Like, seriously, we're stoked. We're behind. We're behind you on this one, man. But yeah, the whole Quality Learing Center, man, that's so freaking ridiculous. It's crazy. It is wild to me, man. It blows my mind. Oh, if you're a cop, you're a cop, man. That's okay. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of cops that like to watch my channel. They're just like, they probably find my insights pretty insightful, or they probably think I'm a moron. I don't know. But, you know, I do love to talk about mainly just kind of whatever, really. I talk about, you know, software development. I'll talk about investing. Investing is my primary frame of interest, but I do like covering scandals that are being uncovered. Obviously, I'm too fat and lazy to go do the journalism myself, you know? But at the same time, I enjoy reacting to this information that's being presented. I love giving my opinion. I really do. But yeah, the whole Minnesota fraud scandal thing, dude, I think it's up, dude. The whole thing is up, dude. I mean, you guys, if Walz thinks he's going to get reelected as the governor of Minnesota, he's a delusional fool. I think Tim Walz is delusional if he thinks Minnesota is going to reelect him as mayor. Dude, Minnesota, by the way, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz barely won Minnesota, shockingly. Isn't that crazy? Like, you'd think that, like, Minnesota, of all freaking places, you would have thought Minnesota would have been overwhelmingly happy to try to get Kamala Harris and their governor, Tim Walz, as the vice president, but it turns out, nope. How close was Minnesota to turning red? I'm going to look that up because I was trying to remember how close was Minnesota from voting in Trump? That's crazy. 4.2% was the margin. Minnesota was split, dude. Minnesota was pretty damn split. Because first off, Minnesotans have seen the rot that is happening in their state, and they're tired of it. They're sick of seeing the rot. They're so annoyed by it. And I am too. I don't even live in Minnesota. But what scares me is that Oregon, as the copycat state it is, wants to try to become more like frickin' Minnesota. What is Flower Buff, East Texas? So Tubster is saying, Garza, if you ever wander into Flower Buff, East Texas, you will meet your final season. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? What does that mean, Brony? The Brones. You're a pink brony bro, and you dance at the Gecko Ball. My God, I'm just having fun on the stage in my hooves. Make sure you guys tap the subscribe button, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. Subscribe button is obviously, boop, in the upper right-hand corner, so press it. Press it. I know you guys want to touch it. The Pink Brony Club. I'm going to keep on fapping at the Pink Brony Club. 4.2% was the margin, by the way. It's still quite a bit of a margin, but still. Like Minnesota, I mean, 4.2% is kind of close, considering Minnesota is about as left as it gets. But I think Minnesota is going to turn into a red state here pretty soon because they're tired of all the Democrats that they keep electing, screwing them over. They're done with it. Minnesotans, I think, are turning right. And you know the old saying, a conservative is just a liberal who got mugged. Straight up. But thank you so much, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. But yeah, everybody's a lot of people in Minnesota are sadly complicit with all this fraud going on, and it's really sad that there are people defending the fraud when it's pretty obvious that there's fraud going on. So many red flags. And I think that's what gets me the most, is there's red flags, there's several things showing that there's some fraudulent crap going on. But yeah, don't forget to tap the subscribe button, though. The more subscribers we have, the better. It does help the channel grow. So many ways. Helps my dong grow. But thank you, Nick Shirley, for everything you've done so far, man. I think what you've done is you really exposed the garbage that's going on, man. And we thank you for it, man. We don't want Oregon to become Minnesota or California. I think Minnesota and California are examples of how leftists don't know how to run anything. They're ideologues, that's all they are. They're not effective. They just have a ideology that sucks, and they roll with it. How is this on a loop? So the unk we don't want is like, hold on, is this on a loop? No. I'm straight up right here, right now, reading the chat. Reading your guys' chats, bro. My brony brothers. Hey, Denny, make sure you subscribe, bro. Denny, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, bro. The unk we don't want, I hope you subscribed. Justin Inslee, make sure you subscribe. Ever been to Repa's Funhouse? No. Denny, just subscribe, bro. Do it. Do it. Shroom, make sure you subscribe to the channel, bro. Bra Logic says gold, dude, my boy. Buy gold. Not financial advice. Tristan Jagger is saying, who would you say are the three most known people in the world of all time? Me, Donald Trump, and Asmongold. I am the biggest React streamer. Okay, that's a lie. I'm not the biggest. Oh, I am the biggest by mass. I'm definitely fatter than Asmon. It would be kind of cool to get interviewed by Asmongold, though. Like, that'd be sick. Do you guys think I should try to arrange an interview with Asmon? A hit piece? No, I like Asmongold, though. I really do. I think he's a fabulous dude. His reactions are really entertaining to me. Like, they're educational and they're entertaining. Hey Tony, I'm still pretty stoked, man. I'm stoked that your daughter's cancer free, though. That's a good thing. No, I love Trump, dude. Nico, I'm a Trump daddy fan, dude. I love Trump. But don't forget to subscribe to the channel, though. This particular one, we're talking about politics. I don't usually like to, but gets people coming, gets people riled up, dude. I like a little bit of controversial topics too, so kind of it makes it entertaining. Love the king, yep. I'm going to be checking some of my fantasy football stats once it hits 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Yeah, Lollipop Deck, you could share your opinion, but make sure you subscribe to the channel, okay? More subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. It does help my dong grow quite a bit. Who's the fake Garza? Says Rippin' Bing. I don't know, dude. Am I? Am I not the real one? Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not real after all. Maybe I'm not a real boy, man. You're a pink brony, bro. So Tristan says, considering all the influences on the internet and humanity, would be better off without it. Maybe. I mean, internet's interesting. I'm not against the internet existing. I do think people should stop using social media as much, and I'm even including YouTube in this conversation. Now, I think YouTube's probably the best of all of them because you can usually search out things that you want, educational material, that sort of thing. I will say that I prefer YouTube over TikTok. I prefer YouTube over Facebook. I've lessened my screen time on YouTube, and I will recommend. I'm not going to recommend this, but I'm thinking about putting my the way everything looks on my phone to grayscale. I'm considering it because it makes it less appealing to look at. At least it makes it less addicting. And that's the thing, man. I don't want to be addicted to all this social media stuff. I really don't. I think social media is in a lot of ways bad for you. And I'm glad that most people are turning away from things like Facebook and Instagram and TikTok. And I even think the short form videos are bad for you, whether it's YouTube Shorts, whether it's TikTok. I'm not a fan of doing vertical lives. I would prefer to do horizontal. But because the eyeballs are all on vertical, unfortunately, I have to do most of my lives on vertical because, I got to adapt or I die, But yeah, no, I'm very stoked. I'm going to say this right now. The Venezuelans are actually very happy. Venezuela, look at, it's crazy. Mostly white liberals who suffer from white guilt of some kind are actually the people who are excited, or actually not excited. They're pissed that Maduro was captured. Maduro's an actual dictator, and the actual people of Venezuela, people who live there, are happy about it. But nope, we got to listen to these white guilt, these liberals who have white guilt, and have them tell us what to do and nanny us into thinking a certain way. And no, we see through the bullshit. Also, the fraud that's happening in Minnesota is very real. And to those of you who are mad about fraud being uncovered, yeah, I don't understand that. I think here's the thing, Tristan, I think that the internet can be a net positive, but the way that we're using it could be a net negative. I think if more people get off social media, I think also the news has become extremely toxic as well, which is one of the reasons I like to poke fun at the news a lot of the time. And I will say that Nick Shirley, by the way, is more of an investigative journalist than anybody I've seen. So yeah, I'm very happy with what Nick Shirley did. It's sad that one YouTuber basically exposed the entire mainstream media for being shams and frauds. Yeah. CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, all those stations basically got exposed. Straight up got exposed. I'm happy about it. I'm happy. I think the mainstream media is garbage. Yeah, and good on Nick Shirley, man. But yeah, no, I think that a lot of liberalism these days is just a weird form of white guilt, you know? And good on Trump, man. I'm still not a fan of the way Trump has handled the Epstein files. And I still, I think if you're going to set the precipice, and another thing I'm a little bit pissed off about Trump is why not take out other dictators too? Like if we're gonna arrest the dictator of Venezuela, let's also arrest Kim Jong-un. Like, I think what's happening in North Korea, man, is wholly criminal. I feel bad for the North Korean citizens, straight up. Yeah, what I'm really against is dictatorships. People should not be flocking to America because their country sucks. Right? We can't let in an entire country because a country sucks. Right? No, there is definitely there is such thing as a white guilt. There's white guilt for sure. And you see a lot of liberals suffer from this, and I don't get it at all. Mainly probably because I'm part Mexican. Maybe I just don't have the white guilt. I think it might be a genetic thing, but I don't have the white guilt gene. I don't have it. I don't feel guilty about being Mexican. I don't feel guilty about being white either. I can't feel guilty about my ethnicities, and I'm very Irish too. It's crazy. Believe it or not, I'm Italian, which was even more shocking. Well, not too shocking because I'm loud and annoying. I am loud and annoying, and I found out I'm Italian, so it makes perfect sense. But no, the thing is, I'm basically, I am a melting pot. But here's the thing, suicidal empathy is a problem. And I see this a lot with guilty white liberals. Suicidal empathy. I'm sorry, if a country sucks, we can't just let everybody in from that country. Because typically, the reason a country sucks, most of the time, is it's typically, it can be a mixture of things. It could be resources. There are things that contribute to that. but it can also be types of governments, types of systems in place that are affecting this. But yeah, suicidal empathy is a bad thing. And that's the thing about white guilt, is it's suicidal empathy. And yeah, it's just annoying. And by the way, the mainstream media is trying to make the capturing of Nicolas Maduro look like a bad thing. How is it a bad thing? When Venezuelans are actually happy about this. Actual Venezuelans. We're not talking about these woke people in America. We got to listen to some woke person somewhere in America saying this is an injustice. No, you just don't like the fact that Trump is effective. Look, he mishandled the Epstein files, and I do think he is very sketch in that category. I'll agree with libs on that one. Where I disagree with the libs, though, is I don't think liberals are typically very competent. It's been shown. And the reason that Trump got elected, just as a fun fact, is because liberals reek of incompetence. And what happens is, and I do think that Trump does have incompetent streaks. I get that. But I think he's more effective than any liberal that could be put in place. And I think the thing is, most people are not used to seeing somebody take massive amounts of action in such a short amount of time. Trump has done more, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with what he's done more in 1 year than what Biden did in 4. Biden obviously left the door open. The reason Trump won was because we feel like there was no border security under a Democrat rule. And we're seeing the rot in Minnesota happen. I think the Democrats are becoming even more unpopular than they were before. What happens is the more we learn about what Democrats are actually doing, the more sickened the country gets with the Democrat Party. Granted, I can't say I could disagree with that. I love it. And I think the best thing we could do is just expose what's happening. Yeah. So yeah, I'll give Trump his flowers on this one. I'm still pissed about how he's handling the Epstein files. Very pissed. I think it's very sketchy. But kudos to the man. I give him his flowers. So to all the media lefties that are spinning this as a bad thing, talk to actual Venezuelans. They're pretty stoked because they're like, oh yeah, this guy's a freaking dictator, and we become the drug capital. We become the drug capital of the world, basically. Tristan says nothing is happening in Minnesota. Yeah, you're right. Nothing is happening. Nothing's happening in those daycares. It's so funny that those are like funded with actual government money, and they're like meant to hold like 70 or 80 kids. And yeah, there's a lot of whistleblowers around this too. There's been a lot of fraud reports that have come out over the years, but they just keep getting covered up or debunked, which honestly, we all know that Minnesota has a lot to answer for right now. And I'm glad Trump cut off the funding to Minnesota. Without a doubt. It needed to happen. God, who knows what's... it's so funny because I consider Minnesota and Oregon to have very similar left-leaning governments on the state level. And it wouldn't shock me if the same garbage that's happening in Minnesota is happening somehow in Oregon. Like, that wouldn't shock me in the slightest. Okay, so how about this, Tristan? Can you provide me proof that first off, can you provide me proof that those daycares are actually doing what they were set out to do? They're being publicly funded. Millions of dollars to these daycares, by the way. Millions. And if you look at the quality of those daycares, like, they even showed the inside. Oh, look, we're legit. No. They're meant to house like 70 kids, but they only got like 2 or 3 in there. Right? And it's usually the owner's own kids that are there. The only reason they set up those daycares, by the way, was so they could watch after their own kids and actually funnel a lot of money. It's pretty obvious. Look at the paper trail, dude. Tristan, why are you defending the fraud? Tristan Clark, why are you defending the fraud? Why are you so open to believe the mainstream media on this and not an actual journalist? By the way, mainstream media doesn't do actual journalism. They're not journalism anymore. They're just opinion pieces. And honestly, they're meant to keep you stupid and afraid. So Tristan Clark, you could say whatever you want, brother. But I think it's pretty freaking obvious. Pretty bloody obvious. That there's a lot of red flags. You know what's funny? They couldn't even give Nick Shirley. Yeah, no, exactly, Nathan Hazelhurst, sorry. Nathan Hazelhurst says they defend it because their dogma blinds them. Exactly. Leftist dogma blinds them from seeing fraud at all in this instance. Nick Shirley pointed out so many things, so many red flags. And that's what blows my mind is people are unwilling to see the red flags. It's looking like I'm going to win. I'm excited for fantasy football, you guys. Pretty stoked. Tristan Clark says, let me finish the Fort game real quick, and then I'll give my full... So, clearly, Tristan Clark is an NPC. This Tristan Clark guy is an NPC who... probably a bot. If we're going to be honest, probably a bot. And probably plays Fortnite. Oh my God. No, I will say this though. If you watch those Nick Shirley video, if you watch that whole Nick Shirley video, and he didn't try to cover anything up. He was trying to expose what was happening. He was trying, even though he was trying to get a fictional child enrolled, he was still trying to get information on how to enroll a child, and these places couldn't even provide basic information on how to enroll a child. And every time he called these places, none of these places would answer. None. Maybe like one did. But one out of like a ton of these, I can't remember the exact number, but like, to those of you who are defending the fraud, get out of your echo chamber. look at what is happening. Tristan Jagger, you can take the name Tristan. I'll just call him Mr. Clark. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think Tim Walz? I'm going to put out a poll, actually. Let's put out a poll. Give me a second. Okay, so we got a poll. We're putting out a poll. And will Tim Walz resign or run for re-election? This is the question we got posed to us. We got one vote in for saying resign. Okay. All right. Okay. Hell yeah. We got one vote. No, 2 votes saying resign. Okay. The question is, will Tim Walz resign or run for re-election? That is the question currently. Once again, the question is, will Tim Walz resign or run for re-election? I don't think the outlook is looking good for Tim Walz, man. I just don't. I don't understand. I don't see how people can believe in the garbage anymore. Like, there's got to come a point where even Democrats are tired of this. Like, if I was a Democrat voter, dude, I'd want no more of this, dude. I'd be like, I wouldn't want anything to do with this shit. Okay, so we got 4 votes in. Make sure you don't forget to tap the subscribe button, though. Will Tim Walz resign or run for re-election? That is the big question we got going on here. I think he's going to resign. One of you guys thinks he's actually going to run for re-election. Oh, man. I think Tim Walz is just going to have to throw in the towel. He's not going to win this. Dude, Tim Walz is such a skeezy dude. Lose the beard? I could just go mustache only. So I do plan on cutting my hair tonight. That is something I plan on doing. And I'm also probably going to get rid of the mustache and the beard. I'm getting rid of it. No more beard. Yep, no more beard, man. I'm getting rid of it. Now, I figure it's like, you know me, I'm not much of a facial hair guy. Bertie Bassett is saying Nick Shirley is a proven liar. Well, how so? How is he a proven liar? Can you give me an example? Are there any examples of where he lied? Especially in that fraud. In that fraud video, dude, he went to each of these places and asked questions. And he got rejected by each and every one of them. If they were legit, they would at least give him an opportunity to enroll a child. If he didn't obviously have a child, but he was like, well, if we had a little Joey, would little Joey be able to get enrolled in any of these? All of them slammed the door, right? And it's just so funny. It's the grift that keeps on It's the grift that keeps on grifting. The grift that keeps on grifting is what's happening in Minnesota. And they're trying to keep the grift alive, and I get it. Sometimes you got to make your bread. I get it. But at the same time, man, something's got to stop at a certain point.
Laugh out loud.
Tim belongs in prison and so does Maduro.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's get this farty started. So you're saying that Tim, I want to thank you for the $5 super chat though, my brony brother. I appreciate that, man. So I want to reply to this real quick. I agree with you 100%. Walz should, if Walz was intelligent, he would step down. If Walz was intelligent, he would step down. But thank you. Make sure you guys subscribe to Let's Get This Farty Sharded. That's a great freaking... I like that as well. Give it a heart. Hey, have a great New Year, Tristan Jagger. I appreciate your contribution. Just chilling out. Yeah. But thank you for the super chat, though. Let's Get This Farty Sharded. Make sure you guys subscribe to my boy right there, dude. What a stud. We'll keep that up on the screen for a little bit. Oh, football's about to start. I'm very excited. I might watch a little bit of football on my phone. Tim Walz, baby. I know a lot of you guys are Tim Walz fans. We have 8 votes. And so, wow, it's a 50-50 split in the poll. 50% of you say that Tim Walz is going to resign, and 50% of you say he's going to run for re-election. Wow. You guys really think that? Dude, Tristan Clark says, so I provided a source for you. Will you provide any source or keep... Dude, you didn't provide any sources. Tristan Clark, what sources did you provide, you weirdo? You didn't provide any sources, Tristan, you moron. Good Lord, man. This is crazy. I do appreciate the $5 super chat, though. To my boy, let's get this farty sharted. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Yeah, I agree. I think Tim Walz should. I'm not a fan of him, man. But yeah, Tim Walz is utterly pathetic, man. But yeah, we're at a certain point, in the world of politics, where I think a lot of people are just kind of fed up, I can't say I blame them. I'm fed up too, dude. But Tim Walz is the grift that keeps on grifting, dude. We all love our Tim Walz. I know we do. I want to see what the stream looks like on a smaller phone because I got my Pixel 5. I got my Google Pixel 5 that I like to use from time to time. See how this looks. Oh, football starting. Give me a few seconds though, boys. I gotta take a whiz here in a second. Yeah, dude, I inspired the gay flamingo to be gay, dude. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, dude. I don't see the freaking link, dude. Where's the link? Tristan, I don't see the link. Does anybody else see the link? That this Tristan Clark guy who's playing Fortnite, who has the attention span of a goldfish, is playing Fortnite and keeps saying, I got sources. I don't see any of the sources you're putting on here, bro. Oh, snap. Maybe that should be lower. Let's put it to 120. Oh. See if that improves anything. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything, Tristan Clark. I do look very well fed, thank you. see. So, okay, so that's what it looks like on there. What does it look like on here? Yeah, basketball and football. They give me a bona. Okay, that should be good. Yeah, I think that's fine. Putting it down to 130. I think that keeps it pretty well. Simp scribe to the channel, please. More simps, the better. I love the word simp scribe, by the way. Simp. I'm a simp. I'm your number one simp. I'm your simp. I'm your simp. I'm your number one simp. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm your number one simp. Let's go. I'm an OnlyFans mom. Oh, wow, dude. 62% of you actually think that Tim Walz is going to run for re-election. That's crazy. 38% say he's going to resign. How many lefties are in here, dude? Oh, there we go. More people are voting for resign. I go figure. Dude, Nick Shirley won, dude. Whether you guys like to admit it or not, dude, Nick Shirley won this battle. I'm happy about it, dude. I'm extremely happy about it. Go Nick Shirley. Like, this kid, I support him 100%, dude. I think he's fantastic. I think Nick Shirley's amazing, dude. Oh, he's a demo rat. Random player, what up, brony? Make sure you guys vote in the poll. I personally think Tim Walz is going to have to resign after this. This is crazy. I mean, the fraud is real. I mean, for those of you who don't think that the fraud is real, I don't know what to say. You're out of your guys' mind. You guys have lost your mind if you guys don't see what's happening, you know. Dude, Justin Jefferson, my man. Well, hopefully Justin Jefferson has an amazing game. Because I know I definitely need him to get targets for sure in this game. Oh, Justin Jefferson got another catch. Hell yeah, dude. Justin Jefferson's on a roll, dude. 6.9 fantasy points. My man's going to be getting... He's going to be getting all the passes today. I'm excited, dude. Angry Man, thank you for hating me. I appreciate you. I appreciate your hate. Believe it or not. 50, oh, wow, it's a 50-50 split. 50% of you think he's going to resign. 50% of you think he's going to run for re-election. That's out of 16 votes so far. Crazy.
Laugh out loud.
Go Broncos.
Oh,
Who's your team?
let's get this farty sharded. Let me get you highlighted up here, boy. Go Broncos. Who's your team? My team is the Seahawks. We got the number 1 seed in the NFC, so I'm very excited about that. But yeah, no, overall, I'm a big fan. I like the Broncos. I think they're an interesting organization for sure. I got to admit, I do have some doubts about Sean Payton as a coach. And I do have a little bit of doubt about what's his nuts. Can't think. Bo Nix. I think Bo Nix, I mean, he's going to have to, he's going to take a little more time to develop, but I think Bo Nix is kind of undersized, man, as a QB. But, we'll see what happens, man. I think he's a good runner. He's a good running quarterback for sure. And he seems like a pretty smart quarterback, so I think, he'll do decently in the NFL. But yeah, go Broncos, man. I mean, I hope they go far, but yeah, I definitely want the Seahawks to win the Super Bowl, though. I'm really hoping the Hawks win it all. I love my Hockeys, man. I love my Hawks, dude. Keep you up on the board for a bit. But yeah, go Broncos, buddy. Clark, dude, you live in the internet, man. You live on the internet, bro. Come on, Joey B. Joe Burrow, dude. I need Joe Burrow to do something, man. Just sling it to Jamar Chase. That's all I ask. I'm hoping that... Oh, hey, if Joe Burrow just throws a touchdown, I'm fine. I'm happy. He just threw to T. Higgins. I mean, preferably, I'd love it if he threw a touchdown to Jamar Chase, but honestly, if he throws the touchdown to anybody, I'm excited. So, Cleveland is terrible this year. Their defense is actually pretty good, but they're still kind of middle of the road when it comes to their D. Come on, Texan defense, man. I'm hoping they get like a pick six. It's fantasy time, dude. If I win this, I get $350. I mean, if I lose, I still get $200. But like, it's crazy. Min Sierra is asking, Garza, are you for Rizzo? For Rizzo? I am for Rizzo. Shizzo. I'm just hoping that Joe Burrow can throw me a touchdown. Come on, Joe. Joe Burrow. You guys, we need a Joe Burrow touchdown right now. That's all I'm asking, dude. Joe Burrow. Who kind of looks like Milo, but, you know. Make sure Clark, I don't see the report. What report are you talking about, dude? Joe Burrow threw a touchdown to Chase Brown. Okay. I was hoping that it would go to Jamar Chase, but that's okay. As long as Joe Burrow's throwing touchdowns for me, I don't care. If Joe Burrow can get me 30 fantasy points, I'm okay. I will admit I'm liking some of these matchups, though. Oh, Tyrone Tracy, dude. Oh, Indianapolis got a tutty. Dang. I do. I'm the man, dude. Thank you, Min Sierra. I am the greatest brony bro, but you are also a fellow brony brother. We're all bronies, dude. We're all bronies here. Dude, I'm basically the definition of a Giga Chad. Dude, I'm a Giga Chad, dude. I gotta work on my jump shot a little bit. Justin Jefferson, get me more points, bro. Will Joe Burrow save my fantasy season? I think he will. I just feel like all my guys are going to get utilized quite a bit. I'm excited, though, dude. Hell yeah. You know, my team did pretty good in fantasy, even though Justin Jefferson had a shitty year. Jamar Chase did great. I picked up Joe Burrow, which was unbelievable. The fact that I was even able to get Burrow off the waivers felt criminal. But yeah, Burrow's kicking butt, man. Minnesota's got the ball. Come on, throw it to Justin Jefferson, man. Throw it to... I want to see Justin Jefferson get like 1,000 yards. I think it's going to be a big game for Justin Jefferson, though, man. And if it is, I mean, that's going to save my fantasy season completely. I will admit, I stole a lot of great running backs off the waiver wires this year. Like, I snapped a bunch, dude. All right, let's take a look-see here. Oh, there we go. Jaden Blue, he got me some points. There we go. He's going to be the primary runner of this game, so we're going to see how Jaden Blue does. 4 yards, start the drive. Hell yeah. He's going to be the primary running back today for the Cowboys, so it's going to be huge. Come on, man. I got rando dudes trying to talk to me on the Facebooks. All these dudes, dude. Smells like bussy. Well, man, dude, week 18, dude, this is it. Championship time. It's do or die. I think I want to win that 350 though. I think I just have the better team, dude. Straight up. Oh, Blue. Jaden Blue, dude. I think he's gonna have a hell of a game. He just ran for 11 freaking yards on that one. Okay, cool. Get me a tutty. Oh. Cleveland got the ball back? I mean, Cincinnati get the ball back? Who's got the ball? I don't know, man. This is crazy. I love looking at fantasy while I'm doing this show. But what do you guys think, though? Do you guys think that Tim Walz is coming back? Do you guys think our boy is gonna be back as the governor of Minnesota? I think he will be back. Our boy is back. Oh, Jaden Blue, dude. Dude, Jaden Blue's already got 4.2 fantasy points for me, and it's only like midway through the first. So every single matchup for all my players looks extremely good right now as defensive matchups. So honestly, just finding guys for an offense and then figuring out what their matchups are is huge. And if there's a lot of good matchups, then it's usually easy fantasy points. Not easy, but not even guaranteed. But yeah, Jaden Blue's looking great, dude. He's taken over the lead back roles for this game, and obviously Dallas isn't playing for anything because they're out of playoff contention. The Cowboys are totally out of playoff contention. Yeah. So, dude, 20 votes. You guys are on a 50-50 split right now between resign and run for re-election. That's straight up crazy. Give me one moment, though. I'm still checking my fantasy stuff. Oh, the Tristan Clark guy? Yeah, that Clark guy is just cray-cray, dude. I don't even pay attention. Come on, man. Cowboys, get me a touch. Give me a tutty, dude. Just have Jaden Blue run it in, dude. Just have Jaden Blue run that shit in, dude. This is cray-cray. Come on, Jaden Blue. Run that shit in, bro. He's already got 42 rushing yards. Hell yeah. Is that all? Like, he hasn't even caught a reception. He's just been rushing. Mind you, the Giants' defense is garbage this year. Giants have been so terrible this year, man. It's been insane. Is Blue gonna run it? What's he gonna do, dude? What is Jackson Blue? Is it Jason Blue or Jackson Blue? Jaden Blue. Was Jaden Blue gonna run it in? Let's see. Oh, Jamar Chase finally got a catch. Heck yeah. I'll take it. I have a feeling Cleveland's going to lose the ball quite a bit. I'm a shill? What am I a shill for? Mr. Land, I appreciate that. I'm glad you had that dream. No, but I will say, though, I'm a big fan of Nick Shirley. I think what he's doing is real journalism. I think what CNN is doing is not. I think CNN not trying to investigate the fraud themselves is more telling. And the fact of the matter is Nick Shirley is a big threat to CNN in the sense that CNN is trying to keep the illusion. I really don't see CNN or Fox News or MSNBC. I don't see any of these as real journalism. I just don't. It's just not. I don't understand how anybody could see it that way. It's just not real journalism. Straight up. Oh, Jamar Chase is finally getting some balls his way. Hell yeah. The Cowboys are kicking a field goal. Hey, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. That's what I'm looking for, man. Short left to Jamar Chase again, dude. Jamar is getting the targets. Crazy. Hopefully Justin Jefferson gets a few passes from his QB. But yeah, Joe Burrow might get another tutty. I'm hoping that Joe Burrow throws to Jamar Chase, though. It's kind of what I'm looking for right now. Honestly, as long as Joe Burrow just throws a touchdown. I mean, I'm getting a little greedy. I want Joe Burrow to throw to Jamar Chase because I got both of them in fantasy. Nick Overman is saying that he's about to open up a daycare if he can get millions. So there's two ways to do this. You could either do a GoFundMe or you can talk to the federal government. Open it up in Minnesota, preferably. It's not financial advice. 23 votes are in. 57% of you think that Tim Walz is going to run for re-election. And 43% of you think that Tim Walz is going to resign. This is an interesting poll so far. Walz on my balls, dude. I love Tim Walz. I'm so in love with Tim Walz. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, though. More subscribers we get, the better. So in the upper right-hand corner, tap that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're definitely trying to increase our subscriber count tenfold as much as possible. And we appreciate it. But yeah, no, I mean, this whole thing in Minnesota it's going to go down in history as one of the most interesting things we've ever witnessed. Well, you guys, I'm going to be shaving off the goatee tonight. I'm also going to be cutting my hair. So, fresh new look for the new year, I guess you could say. So, goatee. Oh, Justin Jefferson. Got another catch, dude. Honestly, I'm just hoping that Justin Jefferson gets a ton of yards today against Green Bay. He's already got me 9.1 fantasy points, not even the end of the first quarter. Jaden Blue's just kicking some butt, dude. And Bijan Robinson's not as effective this game. Yeah, Bijan Robinson's not doing too well. Yeah, it's looking like I'm most likely to win, but, you know, got to make sure that everything's good, dude. Come on, Joe Burrow. Throw me another touchdown, dude. Joe Burrow. Oh, man. Do you guys, any of you guys play fantasy football in here? Any of you guys got fantasy football going on? Because I'm in the championship, and if I win, I get that $350. Now, if I lose, I still get $200. So one way or another, I'm walking away with a bare minimum of $200, $350 if I win it all. So it's looking like I'm going to win. I mean, 2 years ago, I won the championship. I won $350. And this year, like I said, if I win, this is the third year. Last year, I almost went to the championship. I was this close, 4.4 fantasy points away. But Slack beat me in the first round of the playoffs in fantasy. He got to the championship. Yeah, so basically I ended up, it looks like I'm probably going to win the championship on this one. I got a 70% chance of winning. My boy Jacob Pistana, good job, buddy. Come on, Baby Oil is his name. And, yep, I think I got this, man. As long as Justin Jefferson gets me like 15 fantasy points, I'm pretty grateful for that. Damn, the Texans defense is not being very effective tonight. Nope, Drake London just got himself a tutty. All right, I'll accept that. Oh, Joe Burrow threw an interception. Oh, my God. Joe Burrow, what are you doing, brother? Is the collapse of my fantasy empire imminent? All because of a couple plays. Let's see, 142.78 to 130. I'm projected to get 245, and my opponent is projected to get 222. So I definitely still have the edge over my opponent, but at the same time, that's not good that Drake London got a touchdown. Not happy about that, but really disappointed that Joe Burrow just threw a pick six. I'm hoping that Houston's defense, let's see, Unc James says, I haven't played fantasy football since 2013, made it to the championship game but lost, got you. Yeah, I mean, it isn't ideal for sure, but yeah, in the league that I'm in, we're playing a week 18, so we're doing the. I know it's tough because a lot of teams will sit their players, but got a little lucky on this one. Hopefully, Jaden Blue steps up and gets me some more fantasy points, but. Joey B, man, I will say that I have a very, when it comes to my fantasy team, I've got a very, very complete team. Like, it's probably one of the most complete teams I've ever had, and it's crazy. So, what do I think about President Trump snatching the president of Venezuela? I think that the celebration from this Venezuelan people says everything that you need to know. Basically says that Trump did the right thing. Cleveland's got a really good defense, though, man. This is crazy. And the fact that the left-wing media is trying to spin this as a bad thing, that Trump did what he did, I think it's great. We captured a dictator. Now, granted, I'm a little bit pissed that we don't try to dethrone Kim Jong-un. Because Kim Jong-un is a problem as well. He's a dictator. Not a fan of Vladimir Putin either. I think he's been in power a little bit too long, and it's corrupted him to the core. I think that Vladimir Putin is a very corrupt person. Without a doubt. But I am going to end the poll. I'm not going to end the stream or anything. I'm just going to end the poll. So, will Tim Walz resign or run for re-election? 58% of you say he's running for re-election. 42% say he will resign. That's crazy. I can't believe 58% of you are that delusional. Then again, Tim Walz is that delusional. I could see Tim Walz saying, "You guys are all racist." It's not racist to point out patterns. Patterns are not racist. Seriously, it's insane. But yeah, no, it's wild to me. It's wild. But yeah, Maduro, man, clearly the people of Venezuela hate this guy. I'm not ending the stream, don't worry. I'm just chilling. Just chilling. Oh, Jaden Blue just got me a tutty. Thank you, Jaden Blue, for the touchdown, bro. It's getting me back up. Hey, Joe Burrow may have thrown an interception, unfortunately. But Jaden Blue got me to where I got to go. Who knows? Jaden Blue just might rack up a ton of yards this game, get a few tutties, and it's all we need, man. All we need. Now, this matchup is brilliant, dude. Jaden Blue might end up winning me the fantasy thing if he keeps this up. It's still the first quarter, and he's got me 11.3 fantasy points. I love it. Yeah, I think all the Week 18 games are being played today. We're going to find out who the real champion is. Yep. Today is the day. It's championship day, dude. Who's going to win the championship? Is it going to be me? Or is it going to be my boy Jacob in this one? So, it's the championship round right here. Boom. Look at that. Diddy is Straight is the name, by the way. Look at that. Beautiful. I'm probably going to go for a walk here in a little bit. Just the beautiful world says, hi there, love seeing a young trans woman like you being on here. Heck yeah. Make sure you give me a super chat, though, okay? Just the beautiful world, make sure you give me a super chat for being so rainbow-friendly, I guess. Thank you for your support, Just the Beautiful World. If you really want to be a true warrior, of course, obviously, you can give me a super chat or a gift, one or the other. If you want to be a true brony brother. It's good to see so many people on here, though. Obviously, I love it when I see lots and lots of people. Yeah, really, really awesome that I picked up Jaden Blue, though, on the waivers. But thank you, everybody, for the super chats, though. It does help the channel grow. It does help my dong get bigger. It makes my dong feel bigger, I should say. It's not really getting bigger. It's tiny. Whatever. But yeah, I'm probably going to go out for a bit of a walk and feeling good. Oh, there we go. Tyrone Tracy's finally waking up, dude. Oh, Joe Burrow threw a touchdown? Wait, what? Wait a minute. Did Noah... Oh, no. So I don't think Joe Burrow threw another interception. But I think Noah Fant fumbled the ball like Diddy. Noah Fant, I think, fumbled the ball. Hold on, let me see. There's one way to find out if Noah Fant actually fumbled that ball. Yeah, he fumbled it. Darn. So he caught it and he fumbled it. So no joke, the Browns in this game got 2 pick sixes. And not a single one of these teams. Oh, wow. We all missed out on playing the Browns defense. Who's got them? Probably they're sitting on a bench somewhere. Hold on. Browns. Wow. The Cleveland Browns fantasy defense has scored 25 fantasy points. Oh my God. Cleveland's defense is legitimately winning the game for them, and they got 2 pick sixes. I am very thankful that I'm not going against that defense today. That's insane. Tyrone Tracy Jr., though, he's racking up some fantasy points. He's running. Dallas has a pretty lackluster run defense, though. Oh, so Min Sierra, by the way. Silver is an incredible commodity. I think gold and silver are great commodities to hold. In fact, they're my favorite ones, I think, that should be held. I hold a lot of silver and gold mining stocks, though. Those are my 2 favorite investments. Oh, hold on. Tyrone Tracy getting the job done. And Joe Burrow just... Well, here's the thing. Noah Fant fumbled that shit. And then Cleveland's defense is tearing up the Bengals. Luckily, Joe Burrow didn't throw in a second interception. Thank goodness. But Noah Fant fumbled that ball like Diddy. You know? But can we give a big shout out to Let's Get This Farty Sharded? Let me replace it.
Laugh out loud.
Tim belongs in prison and so does Maduro.
play in a second.
Laugh out loud.
Go Broncos. Who's your team?
Tyrone Tracy Jr. got a pass up the middle for 14 yards. Heck yeah, dude. My man's dominating this game. Dominating. Yeah, so far every person I've played has gotten a lot of points early. And yeah, Tyrone Tracy's got 6.6. I got 70% chance of winning. This is great. Tyrone Tracy's actually outpacing Bijan Robinson, oddly enough. Crazy. I think they're going to have Tyrone Tracy run this thing in. Come on. Let Tyrone Tracy run this shit in, dude. Oh, and Jamar Chase getting more freaking fantasy points, dude. Hell yeah. Just pass it to Jamar Chase the entire time, dude. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, this fantasy championship might be a kind of a dogfight, dude. But everybody's getting their targets in. Is Tyrone Tracy going to run it in? Devin Singletary is... Oh, went back 3 yards. Yikes. Well, I'm hoping that... Oh, Jamar Chase with another catch. Damn, dude. I mean, I will say the one thing I love about having Jamar Chase is the amount of targets that he gets from his quarterback every game. Joe Burrow is just a man machine, dude. It's so crazy because the Browns defense have been on the field majority of this game. This is crazy, man. Oh, looks like New York had to kick another field goal, man. But hey, as long as they're racking up points for me, as long as they're being used as runners primarily, when I have a running back that's going up against a shitty run defense, I cream myself, dude. I cream myself when I see these sorts of things happen. Give me 1 second, though. So random player is saying that he mines 1.2 petahash of Bitcoin a day and is an alpha Chad. Anyone want to be my bottom? So random player is apparently looking for somebody to be a bottom and is a giga Chad. So, I mean, random player, hey, good for you. You're a giga Chad. No, it's really great to see so many people coming into this into the chat and everything like that. We got, random players of Giga Chat, obviously, and you guys are all amazing. Amazing. But yeah, once I'm done doing this morning stream, I'm going to go for a walk, clear my head. Got to clear the head. It's really fun. I've been doing way more streaming, and I'm having a blast with it, obviously. You guys know that I'm a streamaholic, and I just have too much fun with this shit, so. But don't forget about the super chats, though, if you want to get highlighted. Highlighted and read first, man. It's beautiful. Song Jones. It is I, Jaquan DeMarcus Garza. Yes. Obviously. Thank you, my Gooner Brony brothers. I appreciate you all, obviously. You guys were amazing, but let's talk a little more about Minnesota. All right, let's talk about our boy, Governor Timothy Walz. Is he going to run again? Is he going to be the governor again? Will this happen? Probably. Should it happen? I don't think so. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, of course. More simps, the more pimps. The more subs, the more rubs. Hell yeah. What up? Whoa. And also if you guys are new to the channel, make sure you guys tap the subscribe button. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one. It helps my schlangus grow as well. So appreciate you guys. But yeah, Tim Walz, man. The more people who subscribe, the better. Tim Walz is the man. No, just kidding. No, Tim Walz honestly is, dude. The fraud in Minnesota, man. Like, Tim Walz is an embarrassment, dude. Tim Walz is a straight up embarrassment, and I am very, very satisfied with what Nick Shirley did. I'm disgusted and disturbed, though, by the level of death threats that he's getting. That's disgusting. Stop it, you guys. I'm sorry, but Nick Shirley, I'm not sorry. Nick Shirley is exposing the grift. Yeah, I think what Nick Shirley's doing is fantastic, man. Oh, yeah. It's looking like I'm going to win, you guys. I'm not going to get too cocky yet. But all signs are pointing upwards that Jaden Blue is kicking so much ass. Go Jaden Blue, dude. Oh, snap, a fumble return. I don't know what Texans defense actually did. Oh, yeah, Texans defense is kicking butt now. Joe Burrow seems like he's kind of getting in the swing of things. I don't care whether the Bengals win or lose. I mean, it's good that they're behind right now because they're going to have to throw. But they're going to probably throw to Jamar Chase a lot of the time. So Jamar Chase is going to get plenty of targets this game. He's already gotten 5 targets. It's not even halfway through the second quarter yet. Jaden Blue might get another tutty, but it's looking like they're just going to probably kick it. Or maybe not. I'm not too sure. Either way, Jaden Blue is racking up fantasy points. Dude, they're using him so much right now, and it's perfect. They should be, because he's their primary runner at this moment, because their 2 main running backs are out for this game. So they got no other choice. Come on, pass it to... Dude, Justin Jefferson's actually kicking it this game. He's gotten 5 receptions and 68 yards, almost the end of the second quarter. Hopefully McCarthy is able to pass to him for a touchdown or even dink and dunk. I don't really give a shit at this point. Just give me fantasy points. That's all I'm looking for, man. Come on, Joe Burrow. Sling another one to Jamar Chase. Just sling more. Jamar Chase, just get a touchdown, man. Well, Joe Burrow's got 5 fantasy points for me. That's a start. The Texans are kind of kicking butt on their defense, of course. And I think Indianapolis is going to fall apart. So, yeah. You're in the red zone, man. Come on, Justin Jefferson. Just throw it to Justin Jefferson, man. He'll get it in there. Admittedly, Justin Jefferson's had a very crappy fantasy year. The fact that I was able to go as far, even with a shitty Justin Jefferson this year, has been pretty good. I'll admit, I stacked up on as much talent as I could. And, yep. I'm excited, man. Woo. Hey, how's it going, my brony? What's up, dudes? How you guys doing? Crazy. So, yeah, the whole situation is I think we're going to see more fraud called out. I think it's going to happen. I just don't see any other way around this, man. Why would I do that? Anthony, why would I do that, bro? You guys are my simps. If you are a simp, then you are a pimp. Yeah, I think the whole thing that's happening, look, Venezuela, the citizens of Venezuela are pretty happy about this. They're like stoked. They're dancing in the street, basically. Yeah. So good for them, man. Good for them, bro. Yeah, all my players are kicking major butt right now, dude. And hopefully they just keep getting more fantasy points throughout these games because this is great. Are you guys ready? Oh, yeah. Vance 2028, man. Make sure you guys subscribe if that's what you want. Subscribe if you want some Vance 2028, bruh. I'd rather have Vance in my pants than Walls on my balls. Oh, yeah. Oh, snap, dude. The Bengals are pushing it downfield right now. Come on. I want Joe Burrow to throw an effing touchdown right now, man. Come on, Burrow. Do it for Daddy. I go, dude. Joe Burrow. Oh, Jamar Chase for 21 yards. There we go, dude. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, Jamar Chase. Just got the tut. Is he going to get a tutty? I don't know if he's going to get a tutty. Come on, dude. Jamar Chase has got to get open again, man. Chase has gotten 6 targets so far. I'll take that. Hey, you know, Joe Burrow's gotten me 6 fantasy points so far. Prefer a little more at the moment, but I'll take what I can get. My odds of winning, I'm going to get $350, you guys. Oh, my God. I'm going to go for a walk here in a little bit. Probably do some short videos out in the world. Joe Burrow with another pass completion. Heck yeah. As long as Burrow's getting positive yardage, man, I'm good with that. But I also hope he passes to Jamar Chase, who is a very competent receiver, man. Yeah, I think he's fantastic, dude. But yeah, Joe Burrow, man. Joe friggin' Burrow, dude. 2-minute warning, all right? It's a 2-minute warning on the game. I'm shaving all this off tonight. I'm also cutting my hair tonight. I'll even cut my hair and change my name. Let's see if there's any interesting. I hate looking at Facebook for. Let's see what the Karens of Facebook are talking about right now. By the way, again, dude, kudos to Nick Shirley for being a total stud. Look at all these, dude. There's so many boomers on here, dude. So many loser ass boomers, or the leftoids. There's a lot of gay crap going on here. It's all gay, dude. I was thinking about changing on my LinkedIn profile that I graduated from the Quality Learing Center. Oh, man. I graduated from the Quality Learing Center. It's a good school. It is the bestest school of them all. Taught me how to be a man. Oh my God, Justin Jefferson got another reception. Hey, he's got me more points than I expected him to get. So Tyrone Tracy's kicking ass too, dude. It's crazy because the only person who's got a touchdown for me so far this is, well, Jaden Blue and Joe Burrow, but that's about it. Nobody else. Oh, they're in the red zone. Since he is. So they're trying to squeak in a touchdown before time runs off the clock completely. Hopefully Jamar Chase gets the touchdown. That's what we're kind of all hoping. I think Joe Burrow should request a trade next season, during the offseason. I really do think that should happen. I mean, he needs to go to a better team with an offensive line that's just better, you know. That's my problem with the Bengals, is that they just don't protect Burrow at all. It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen from an offensive lineman. Oh, and also, don't forget to tap the subscribe button if you guys haven't already. More subscribers, the better. It does help the channel grow, so don't forget to tap that subscribe button. We really greatly appreciate it, more than you realize, more than you can know. And, yeah. But, yeah, how's everybody doing? Hopefully everybody's doing all right. Damn, you're very sexy. Oh, Joe Burrow just threw a touchdown pass to who'd he send it to? Oh, another touchdown to T. Higgins. Hey, you know what? I was hoping it would be to Jamar Chase, but I will take what I can get. So if he has to throw it to T. Higgins, all right. And he's passed it a lot to Jamar Chase so far. Chase is getting his points. He's getting his targets. Burrow's getting his points. Honestly, it looks like I have an 81% chance of winning, which is fantabulous. Super stoked, super sprung. I'm sprung, dude. Hell yeah. Probably be on for another 50 minutes, I think. We're just going to stretch this out to 50 minutes, 50 more minutes. But yeah, no, it's good to see all you guys on here. I appreciate all the super chats, though, and all the support. Everybody's been super kind with all the gifts and the super chats and stuff, and we appreciate it big time. Thank you, guys. Don't forget to tap the subscribe button, though, in the upper right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one, so we appreciate it. Dude, I love the market volatility, man. I love the volatility of the VT, for example. I love buying the VT on the dip, straight up. Mike Hawk. Who is this Mike Hawk fellow? Who is he? What does he do? OMG. My God. What is happening here? What are you doing? What are you doing here? Oh, yeah. Mike Hawk. I know that guy. I've seen that guy around. Total stud. By the way. Make sure you guys tap the like button and tap the subscribe button as well. It does help the channel grow. So tapping the like button helps. Tapping the subscribe button. It's very hot. But yeah, guys, don't forget to tap the like button, though. More likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow quite a bit. Oh, yeah. More likes we get, the better, man. It helps. Tap that like button. Oh, yeah. Yes. But yeah, the more likes we get, the better, man. Tap that like button. Tap that simp scribe button. You know it. I know it. Someday you will see what I'm trying to do. What are you guys trying to do here? What are you doing here? More likes, more simp scribes, so don't forget to tap that like button. No, tap it. The like button fuels the content within me. It fuels the content within me. I am so sexy. I wonder if it pays more to be a woke podcaster. Probably doesn't. Probably get a lot of hate viewers though if you do a woke podcast, or a woke show. I should do a woke show. What do you guys think? Do you guys think this show needs to go a little woke so we could go a little broke? I think so. How woke can we go? That is the question. How woke can this show go? Are you feeling me, dog? I know. I want you to be woke like me. I want you to be woke like me. I think the toilet seat guy and I might be related. I'm fairly certain the toilet seat guy and I are somehow related. And we come from the same family tree, most likely. I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah. You're a pink brony bro. Then you dance at the gay club. Oh my god. And I'm just having fun. On the stage in my hooves. I'm wearing a man thong down at the Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on fapping at the Pink Brony Club. The Pink Brony Club. You guys want to hang out at the Pink Pony Club with me? The Pink Brony Club, personally? I know. Yeah, it's crazy how many subs we've been getting, though. Crazy. Too many. Nah, we need more subs. We're going to try to promote simp-scribers here. We're promoting the simps. What up, dude? Don't forget to tap that like button. Ooh, ooh, woo. Maybe I should put tap. Do you guys think I should put tap? No, just subscribe. Yeah, I think I'm going to put tap subscribe. I just think that it's just feels less gimmicky. There we go. All right. Figuring it out. We're back. And we're ready. But yeah, no, I think what was happening in Minnesota, obviously, like, we're going to get back to that. We keep going, we keep jumping back to the central topic, which is, will Tim Walz resign? Or will he run for re-election? I guess that's the major question we're all asking. What is Tim Walz? What's Walz going to do? We're not too sure yet. What is Walz going to do, man? Are we screwed? Are we cooked? But yeah, no, I think what Nick Shirley did was pretty heroic. I think exposing where our tax dollars are going. And people wonder why I'm so sick of federal government having so much power. Because the federal government is rotten to the core. And a lot of that money doesn't go to anything valuable. Most of it doesn't. Government needs to be smaller, not bigger. We should not have politicians promising for bigger government overreach. We don't need more government in our lives. In fact, I can argue that we should have less of it. If there's one major promoter of Ponzi schemes and frauds, it is the government, straight up. I'm kicking butt right now, though. Holy crap. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase are doing their thing, which is great. I'm hoping Joe Burrow gets like 20 fantasy points for me tonight. Tyler Tyrone Tracy's looking great. We're going to have about the same amount of players. Yeah, honestly, keep this up. Keep this up, boys. Woo. So, yeah, I just need my guys to keep getting more fantasy points, and I'm trying to make sure that I have a very good lead, so that way it's a cushion. Championship is determined today. So, you guys think I'm going to win? You guys think I got a chance? Or do you guys think I'm a bloody fool? I got some blind optimism here. Laugh out loud. But no, really, seriously, good on Nick Shirley for doing what he needed to do to call out that garbage. Seriously. We got to, when something like that's happening, it's just got to be called out. I want to do some push-ups real quick. I'm pumped. All right. So we'll get 9 push-ups in. Heck yeah. Thank you, Balancia. I appreciate it. Thank you for subbing. Hey, let's give a shout out to Balancia Garcia for subscribing. I appreciate it, my brony. Thank you. My brony brothers. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, don't forget to tap the subscribe button, though. And it does help the channel grow, man. It does help the channel grow quite a bit. And we need it, man. Max, what's up, dude? It's good to see you, dude. In about 30 minutes, I'm gonna end the stream and go take a walk. But kicking ass right now in fantasy football, so I'm a little stoked about that. Yeah, getting more subscribers too, dude. That's what I'm talking about, man. I just want to thank everybody who's subscribing. It's amazing. Off camera, though, I feel pretty good. I was able to get 9 push-ups in, which is great. Oh, the other games are starting. Okay, these games are... half-times are over for these games. Sweet. Third quarter commences, and I'm excited, man. Everybody everybody I'm playing has been very active in the offenses that they're in. And thankful. Good defensive matchups, too. All right. You know, it would be interesting to use ChatGPT to figure out what's going to happen on Polymarket, you know? Have it pick Polymarket events and shit. That'd be funny. Don't know how accurate it would be, though. Probably not accurate at all. Prediction markets really are just gamblers versus other gamblers, really, at the end of the day. It's the dummies versus the... usually it is kind of funny that the prediction markets are basically saying, hey, we don't make the odds. We don't set the odds. What happens is the odds are set by however much you're putting in. And people like to put their money where their mouth is. So you at least know that the odds. I still think that there's a follow the crowd mentality that's pretty detrimental to this, though. So I don't know. I don't trust it. I would like to see my guy Tyrone Tracy kind of get another touchdown or something. Yeah, dude. Now, Bitcoin is clickcoin. We all know that Bitcoin's garbage. I think we can all attest to that, hopefully. But, some people are all about the Bitcoin life and, to each their own. But I think at the end of the day, Bitcoin really is just gambling. It's glorified gambling. What's up, Max? How you doing, brother? It's good to see you again, man. I haven't seen you on the chat in a while. You've been doing okay? Hopefully you're doing all right, man. Hopefully having a decent new year and everything. Max is saying, look, what am I looking at, man? Max, what am I looking at, bro? 6'7". Oh, no. No. Unfortunately. Six, 7, dude. Oh my God. Thank you for the 6'7" and another 67. I appreciate it, my brony brother. What a stud, dude. Thank you, Max. I appreciate the 6'7s. It's obviously 6'7" is a brain rot thing. You get highlighted, man. See, look, I just highlighted you, bro. I just highlighted your gift, and yeah, I'm highlighting you now. Do you get highlighted? You get highlighted. You get your 6'7s. That's 6'7. That's 6'7. Those get highlighted, brony. Dude, Mex is giving more 6'7s, dude. I appreciate these 6'7s, brony. What a stud, dude. Giving me all these 6'7s. Oh my God, he sent me a hundo. Thank you for the 100, man. I'm getting more jewels, dude. Mex is giving more jewels. We got the 100, another 100. Whoa. I'm getting blown away, dude. Mex is giving me all these 100s, dude. Thank you for the gifts, my brony brother. Thank you. Thank you, Mex. Hey, by the way, you guys, make sure you guys subscribe to @Mex-9603. He's comboing the 100s. Oh, my God. He's at 9. 11? 12? He comboed 12 100s. And Mex is now broke. Max, no, I appreciate that, bro. Make sure you guys subscribe to Mex, though. What he did was he sacrificed his well-being. No, just kidding. I don't know what you did. He sacrificed all of his jewels to make me happy. And I appreciate that, bro. Your sacrifice will probably go unnoticed. No, I'm just kidding. It will not go unnoticed, no. Thank you, Mex. Obviously, I've seen you in the chat before, man. I always appreciate you when you're on here. But thank you for the jewels, and thank you for the 6'7", 6'7". Brain rot, brain rot, brain rot, brain rot. How much do you want to bet that 6'7", that whole 6'7" meme was not even created by a Gen Alpha? How much do you want to bet it was created by some cringy ass millennial pretending to be a Gen Alpha? You're highlighted, dude. I just highlighted you. See? Look at the top of your screen. If you look at the top of your screen, you should see your chat is highlighted. I also highlighted your gifts as well. Tyler Berry, what's up? My brony brother. What's up, man? Oh, snap, dude. Tyrone Tracy just got me more points. And Justin Jefferson just got me more points. Dude, my players are clicking on all cylinders right now, dude. Oh, no, wait. Why is Brosmer in? Well, At least Justin Jefferson has 7 receptions this game. Hey, Justin Jefferson got me what I needed. He got me at least 15.8 fantasy points. I will give him some props there. Come on, man. Get it to Tyrone Tracy, dude. Tyler Berry's asking, how's my day? Pretty good, Brony. It doesn't show you highlighted, man. It's a highlight. I'm highlighting you on the screen, bro. Mex, if you look at the top of your screen, you should be able to see it. If not, I don't know what to tell you. But I read it aloud and I highlighted. It's highlighted, bro. It's highlighted on the screen, man. I'm not talking about it as a pinned comment. I'm talking about it as a comment that is highlighted on the screen. Mex, my brony brother. I appreciate those. I appreciate those gifts, though, my brony. I'll put them back up there. There we go. Do you see him again? Wait. I want to keep that 6-7 up there because I appreciate it, my brony brother. You're a pink brony bro, and we dance at the gay club. Oh my God. Yeah, I'll read your comments. Max is saying, since I commented, can you read my comments? So yeah, I'll read your comments as long as they're not like anything that'll get me banned on YouTube by any means. Funbot says 6-7, 6-7. Oh no. Oh no. No more. Hey, Joe Burrow's making some headway, man. And Texans defense is boning me right now, dude. They were doing pretty good earlier, but now they're just kind of shucking the D. Oh.
Laugh out loud.
Killer Turtle subscribed. Thank you so much, Killer Turtle 49, for becoming a simp subscriber. I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody who's subbing to the channel. I appreciate it big time. Thank you. Hey, Mex, do your thing, brother. Do your thing, man. I'm not going to highlight that, but I'll read it. So before you were not looking, you made a fight with a 5-year-old? Why would you do that, Mex? Thank you, Killer Turtle. I appreciate you. Thank you, Funbot, for subbing. 6-7. Oh, God, 6-7, 6-7. Would I box Jake Paul? That would be insane. Jake Paul has done everything he can to work on his body, and I have not. That'd be insane. Hell yeah. I'm a little bit pissed at mainstream media for trying to discredit what Nick Shirley has done. This is called investigative journalism. He was trying to ask these reputable businesses, which were not reputable, by the way. He's trying to ask these businesses what they're doing. Can he enroll? It seems pretty fraudy to me. Not Nick Shirley. I'm saying the businesses that he went to, those businesses were all nothing but one big giant red flag. And it should be seen that way. Red flags across the board. So I'm proud of what Nick Shirley did. I think he's an incredible human being. He seems like a good kid, too. So kudos to you, Nick Shirley, for kicking butt, dude. Michael Garza Show appreciates you, man. You the GOAT. He's amazing, dude. I love Nick Shirley. And I think everybody who's hating on him, they should get a life, dude. It's loser behavior. If you're defending the fraudsters on this one, it's sickening. It's sickening. But Tyrone Tracy Jr. got a tutty. Texans defense is sucking, but you know what? At least Tyrone Tracy got himself a touchdown. He's got 18.8 fantasy points. He's got 12.6 for Joe Burrow. Hell yeah. The kid said if you played Steal a Brain Rot says Mex. Okay, I don't know what that means. What are we talking about here? Well, Tyrone Tracy's kicking butt this game. Heck yeah. Jaden Blue is kicking butt too. 190.22 versus 141.24. I mean, it's looking like I almost have this in the bag. I will say if I don't, that would be shocking. But these are the stats we're looking at right here, boys. Look at that one. That's it's looking like I'm going to win this championship, man. Can we talk ABT or something? What's ABT? What are we talking about? Yep, Tyrone Tracy with that touchdown might have just clinched my fantasy championship, man. Well, you guys are probably wondering how am I going to spend the $350 that I get from these bet winnings? Because it's looking like I'm going to win. Like, I would be shocked to no end if I lost this. Like, at this point, I just don't know how I lose. I have an 84% probability of winning this one, though. This is crazy. All my guys right now are in the double digits, except for the Texans defense, which I thought they were actually going to be the ones that carry me, but looks like everybody else is carrying this. This is awesome. Really disappointed in the Texans defense, though, so far. I mean, look, they're probably gonna eventually do something, but the Colts are doing an extremely good job. I got to give them all the credit in the world, man. They're just doing a pretty good job of kicking butt. Come on, man. I hope Jaden Blue... It's past to Jaden Blue, bro. Either way, Jaden Blue got 70 yards and a touchdown. That's more than satisfactory. It's just beautiful. Obviously, I'm greedy, and I want my guys to get more. So, hoping Joe Burrow can somehow throw for a touchdown. And the Browns' defense, though, has carried this game for the Browns themselves. Bengals are looking all right, you know. Bye, Max. Get to work. Have fun, man. But thank you guys for tapping the subscribe button, though. It really does help the channel grow in more ways than one. So just don't forget to tap that subscribe, man. Yeah, my guys are killing it right now in this game. This is amazing, dude. I'm going to ask ChatGPT what it thinks about the what do you think of the situation in Minnesota right now with Nick Shirley and Tim Walz? I'm kind of curious what ChatGPT thinks. I'm going to put it in thinking mode so it takes the time to analyze. I'm not going to give it a slant. I just want to see what it thinks about the whole situation. But yeah, the mainstream media has twisted this. And people are pissed. People are pissed about the fact that they're trying to cover up the fraud. That's what people are angry about. And they have every right to be. We should be angry. Dot Focus, what's up, dude? Woo woo. What's going on, brony? My brony bro. So here's what ChatGPT is saying. It looks like the Minnesota situation people are talking about is this. Nick Shirley, a YouTuber independent journalist, posted a viral video where he goes to multiple Minneapolis area child care centers and implies they're fraudulent and active while receiving public money. Minnesota Republicans have acknowledged directing him towards the story, which is part of why it became such a political flashpoint. Governor Tim Walz and his office pushed back, arguing the viral narrative is being politicized and that fraud enforcement has been ongoing. Honestly, from what I saw, there has been none. There has been no fraud enforcement. That's crazy. At the federal level, the Trump administration froze some child care funding to Minnesota and announced new controls explicitly in the wake of the fraud concerns and the viral attention. Meanwhile, local reporting has added context about who helped arrange Shirley's visits and the political machinery around the video. That's what Star Tribune says. I still don't believe the mainstream media at this point. Now, here's what ChatGPT thinks is going on in plain terms. There's real smoke and real spin. Minnesota has had major fraud cases tied to government programs. Example, the Feeding Our Future scandal. So people are primed to believe, here we go again. Shirley's footage is emotionally convincing, but not by itself. Complete audit. A building looking quiet at a moment in time can mean fraud, or it can mean bad timing. Locked entry procedures or normal downtime. That's why the receipts have to be licensing records, billing data, enrollment, even coverage sympathetic to Shirley notes scrutiny of methods and competing on. Here's the thing. Here's what I notice. If you're not upset by what is, in my opinion, not just simple opinion, but my opinion, I think it's clear fraud. I don't know how you can I don't know how you could watch Nick Shirley's video and think anything else. They won't, the thing that pisses me off is each of those daycares wouldn't even give him information on how to enroll a child, let alone none of them answer their frickin' phones during normal business hours. So I don't know. And then there's also a lot of people who have noticed in the Minnesota area that there's never any children at those daycares. So the thing is, we know it just seems fishy. You know what I mean? The whole thing just seems very, very fishy. And everybody has a right to question this. Everybody. And I'm surprised if more people don't question this. You should always question the narratives that are being pushed forward, right? Now, obviously, I do question a little bit of what Nick Shirley's done. I'm not saying everything he's done has been perfect, but I will say he's made some headwinds and he's exposed a lot. And I say kudos to Shirley, man. I think he's amazing. I think he's a good kid. I do want to see how they're spinning this, though. It pisses me off that the mainstream media is trying to discredit this guy, when in all reality, they should be thanking him because he did their job for them. And yeah, he's letting us decide for ourselves. And I've decided that everything that's going on in Minnesota seems, especially with those daycare centers, seems pretty much like a cover-up for a certain type of scheme. It doesn't seem right. Oh, Nick Shirley says legacy media will go insane when he posts part 2 of his Minnesota fraud reporting. I can't wait to see part 2. Man, oh man, I cannot wait to see part 2. It's going to be fun. I hope he's okay, though. It's scary because, you know, he's kind of got a target on his back at this point because these people don't want to be exposed because they know. They know, like, there is this one scene in Nick Shirley's video where he goes up, knocks on the door, they open the door, and basically he's trying to enroll his little son Joey, which he doesn't exist, obviously, the Joey kid, but he, you know, whether he exists or not, you should be, as a daycare, able to, even if you're, provide some sort of enrollment papers. And and by the way, if you're receiving public money, you should be enrolling everybody in the public who has a child, everybody's child at that point. You should be allowed to. I mean, it's clear that the people who are running these daycares are fraudsters. Like it just I don't see any other way to view this. If you watch Nick Shirley's entire video, it shows every single red flag for fraud that these guys are doing. So don't tell me that what we're seeing isn't fraudulent, because this is an emperor has no clothes situation. Straight up. This is an emperor has no clothes situation. The legacy media is trying to convince me that the emperor has clothes on, when the emperor is clearly running around naked. And the emperor in this story is Tim Walz. I look like Blake Shelton? That's hilarious. What are we talking about? The documents were stolen? What documents are we talking about? What were stolen? Don't forget to tap the subscribe button, you guys. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I'm on the side of Nick Shirley at this point. I'm on the side of Nick Shirley and the dude that was with him, revealing everything that was happening. They revealed a lot, man. crazy. It is honestly insane, man. But yeah, no, I love what Nick has done. He exposed the lame stream media for not being good at journaling. You know, they're not good journalists. So it's sad that CNN and all these mainstream media outlets are trying to cover for the fraudsters. Blows my mind. I think what's disappointing is that CNN is clearly BS because they can't even... It's just ridiculous. I just don't know how you can just defend this entire operation. What's happening in Minnesota. It seems so clear. Red flags galore. Also, they need to stop slandering this kid. Nick Shirley's done nothing but expose wrongdoing. And he exposed fraud. And for that, we thank him. We thank him for doing the job that the mainstream media clearly doesn't have the ability to do. And the mainstream media is just covering up for shit. It's just so frustrating. So, yeah, I have zero respect for the mainstream media. I don't know how anybody can respect mainstream media at this point. It's just wild to me. But yeah, protect Nick Shirley, man. Oh, God, Elizabeth Warren went on CNBC. Looks like CNBC host kind of gets pissed off because, she, having to deal with an incompetent person like Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it either. Oh, Chris, yes, it is I, your brony brother. All right, you guys, I'm going to end the stream here in just a second, though. The only way that the stream will keep going is if we get gifts or super chats, because I'm about to go walk around and drink some water. I'm going to get a walk in, drink some water, might take some video of some stuff, and, try to compile few things. Oh wow, a Dragon Ball MMORPG. Interesting. That sounds kind of fun. Don't know how legit this is, but it sounds cool. All right, man. This is cray cray. By the way, go Seahawks for getting the number 1 seed in the NFC. Hell yeah. We get a bye week. I think we really might be able to go to the Super Bowl, man. All right, you guys. I'll catch you later. Make sure you guys tap the subscribe button, though, to get more of these juicy, sexy live streams. And, tap that subscribe button, though. More subscribes, the better. It does help the channel grow in so many ways, so I appreciate it. We're almost to 7,000 subscribers. We're trying to get there as quickly as we can, so every subscribe matters, dude. I appreciate y'all. Ending the stream in 3,